Sorry for rustling sounds, just getting settled still. I'm excited to delve back into this game. We got through, in like 4 hours last night, we got through the first and second act, the interlude between Act 1 and 2, and most of the interlude between Act 2 and 3. But I got very, very tired very fast and kind of pulled the plug partway through the interlude, so this might be a bumpy place to come on if you were not watching last night. But the interludes are also not critical to kind of the main plot. They are tertiary additional goodies to that. Let me just tweet that we're live. Hi, Emma. Didn't know if you were going to be able to make it tonight or not. I think we're going to have a much smaller crew than last night. Okay, bye, Emma. But Nat is here. Hi, Nat. Things have changed since you went to bed. I think actually you left like right before we started the interlude that we're about to start. So not too much has happened. We're in the middle of watching a very odd production of a play. And Emma might come back later if we're still going when we're done. Great. Well, if last night was any indication, I am sure we will be. I'm really hoping that we can actually get through the rest of the acts tonight. We'll see. Okay. Let's just get in. Like I said, small crew tonight. Oh shoot, I think I cranked the game sound up for my test recording, so we'll bring that back down a little. Okay. Lynn Doolittle's original script for A Reckoning has almost no explicit stage directions. From the author's essays and letters, we know Doolittle thought of the writer as an equal partner with the actors. The actors should have equal authority to write by acting into what Doolittle called the living script. Given the lack of stage directions and our own interest as a company in foregrounding the physicality of theater, we made the bold decision to borrow the stage directions from his rarely performed pantomime, A Barfly. Oh, I think this reverted us back to the beginning of this interlude. Yeah, it sure did. Hold on. Oh, boy. Okay. This is a very long interlude. So the premise is it's a production of a play. Okay. So Harry and Evelyn, Harry being the bartender of the Hard Times and Evelyn a regular, have a conversation back and forth. Evelyn worries about her husband, Ted, cheating on her while he travels for work as a hammer salesman. And Harry is shady about a recent vacation which he may or may not have taken to New Orleans. The student production explains that it has mashed together two plays from a famous playwright, Lim Doolittle. I'm kind of speeding through this because we did half of this interlude last night, and like I said, it's a pretty long one, and I'd like to finish tonight, so we're gonna just kind of speed through this, and if you want to get the full experience, you can go to the VOD from last night. Obscure playwright Lim Doolittle. You don't want to be remembered as obscure in your own field. That's rough. Lighting. Scene. Late morning. Oh, more lighting cues. Oh, sure. They all have AC. Too cold almost. In July, even. He's got a hotel. Yeah, hotel life. That's living. Maybe too much. I mean, what's to stop him, really? Meet some tall thing at the hotel bar. Nah. Ted's a good man. Nah, I know. He wouldn't run around. You're right. How about a beer? No beer today. Hard Times whiskey. That all you got? It's a good whiskey. Local. Yeah. You take deliveries from them? Sure. You ever see one of them? The boys from Hard Times? What? I heard they're strange. They work hard. They make a good whiskey. Who are we to judge? Sure, who are we? No one of consequence. What's all this bread for? Sandwiches. Rain's Law. Ha! The old ones went bad while you were on vacation? You have a good time? While the sandwiches rotted? Oh, you know me. Couldn't shut it off. 7 days on the beach, and all I could think about was work. You know, the new kitchen. Maybe hire a hostess, you know? A hostess? At the lower depths? Ha! Crazy. Nah. It's not so crazy. I was in a bar down there in New Orleans. They had a hostess, some dive. She seats you and, I don't know, points out the specials. Could have specials every night in here. Drink specials? You make cocktails? Nah. Food specials. Monday night chicken. I don't know, grilled chicken? Caesar salad? Class it up, you know? Bess would have liked it. Here's to Bess. Yeah. Let me grab a... Here's to Bess. Good Christian woman. Good Christian woman. How about that sot in the corner? Not bothering nobody. Been here long? Soon as I opened. Got started a bit earlier, I suspect. On a bender, huh? Sleeping in a ditch or something. You don't think... maybe Ted? Nah. Ted's a good man. Honest. Well liked. He's liked, but he's well liked. Sales is a good fit. Selling hammers. Can you believe it? Somebody has to. The hammers, they don't sell themselves. Hear, hear. It's just hard. Ted on the road. It's tough all over. What to do all day? Come here, I guess. Sure. That's what I do. Cheap drinks. Conversation. And the entertainment. Sure. Well, what's tonight? Oh, tonight it's Junebug. I'll stay for that. I need some music. Get my mind off Ted. Something romantic, you know? A love song from when the world was young. What time? Around 8, maybe. Well, set 'em up slow, or I'll sleep right through it. Yeah, Nat says guest streamer is back. Yeah, correct. She is sprawled all the way across my lap. She has one paw on top of the hand that I'm using to move the mouse. Set designer's notes. Doolittle must have been an odd bird. Many playwrights, a Tennessee Williams or a Eugene O'Neill, spend as much energy on precise descriptions of the place set as they do any of the dialogue. So my job is finding ways to be creative within constraint. But Doolittle's only described settings poetically. To be honest, I think he'd have preferred there wasn't a set at all. Well, here I am, building one anyway. Serves him right for disappearing all those years ago, the enigmatic wino. I don't mind a drunk, but I hate riddles. Lula Chamberlain, our friend from previous segments. Wakefield stuns and entertainment. The premiere at Buffalo Street Student Theater was a curiosity. 2 obscure plays by a local author were simultaneously presented for the pleasure of a handful of baffled patrons. The result: an absorbing, if unfocused, drama about the ills of debt and dishonesty. Certainly, the highlight is Sarah Wakefield's performance as Pearl Slade, the young woman who tries to rid herself of her parents' debts. She is a revelation. Sadly, her verve and imagination do little to salvage the tepid pantomime of the barfly, a character who perhaps could have done with a few lines after all. Levy Tolbert, Kentucky Post. Put it back on that weird dinosaur show, will ya? Nah, those history programs don't make any sense. I prefer the nature programs. They think they can just say anything on TV. I don't believe there to be a damn word in the Bible about dinosaurs on the ark. Been a long time since Sunday school for me. Do you go to church, though? No, nonsense Bess. It was her church, really. Good Christian woman. Good Christian woman. Well, I'm curious to see where they're going with it. They've got you now. I just think they're gonna run out of rope before long. Dinosaurs on the ark. I prefer the nature programs. Yeah. So your vacation was good? 7 days poolside. I thought you said it was a beach. Oh, sure. No, it was a pool. Was it a pool or a beach? Maybe. I don't remember. Weird. You think I'm making this up? Oh no, Hi, Harry. Are the old folks here? Just me and Evelyn. All morning. Hi, Evelyn. And that sot in the corner. You're early, Pearl. Your parents don't usually roll in until the evening. 5 or 6. Everything all right? Oh, sure, thanks. We just have some stuff to talk about. Well, post up here and let's watch this weird dinosaur show. I'll stand you for a drink. All Harry's pouring. Today is Hard Times whiskey. That all you got? They make a good whiskey. Sure, but, you know, the rumors. Rumors are rumors. Put it on my tab, Harry. You driving, Pearl? Oh, God, no. You know they want almost 40 cents a gallon? Harry whistles. I had the early shift, so I just walked over. In this heat? You still working? Over there at, Ace Jewelry and Loan. Joe Harden, proudly trading shortcuts for dignity 6 days a week since 1962. At least they have the piety to shut down on Sunday. With Joe, it's more likely a hangover. Can it be both? Well, I know you see more trade than I do. Must be slow over at the hardware store. Slow isn't the word. And now Ted is out shilling for quality hammers to make up income. Have you considered quality hammers on your shelf? We made the switch recently and the business has tripled. Well, of course, I'd love to have dinner with your lovely daughters. Evelyn. Hey, a man gets lonely out on the road. I know how it is. Nah. Harry, you've been traveling, right? Sure, yeah. Down in New Orleans. A vacation? Looking around. For ideas. Tell her about the pool or the beach. Evelyn. Sounds nice. And the hostess. I may just cut you off. Evelyn looks dejected. Harry clears his throat. So, the pool or the beach? Yeah, Harry. Which was it? Oh, Biz, come on. Well, it was a week of relaxation, and now I'm back. You still look stressed, if you don't mind me saying. Ha! He just looks that way. Sure, that's, just how I look. I've never known you to leave town, Harry. I've never known you to leave this bar. Oh, no, I get out. You still drive that old truck? I don't know. I think they towed it eventually. The hell you say? That must have been years ago, Harry. How did you get around now? I take the bus, or I walk. You walk to New Orleans? Watch it, Evelyn. Evelyn looks dejected. I didn't mean nothing by it, Harry. Harry, did you really go to New Orleans? Now, just where do you two get off? Sorry, forget it. Sure, she didn't mean nothing by it. We'll lay off, and you get back to drinking. Gotta be ready for the entertainment. Bye, Biz. Oh, who's on tonight? Tonight, it's Junebug. Works for me. Round 8, I think. I'll stick around. I could use some sad music. I came here to break some hearts. What's that? To dash dreams. What are you talking about? Got to talk to my parents about their bar tab. I won't be paying for them anymore. Hang on now. No, it's time to be cut off. It's time to cut the old folks loose and head west. I can't keep enabling them, you know? A debt's a debt now. Harry, I'm sorry. I know you've got a vested interest, and I don't want to make a victim of you. They'll come up with it somehow, I'm sure. No, it's not that. With debts, you never know when they'll be reckoned and be called in. What's that mean? I'm not saying anything, but I know debt, Harry. I see it all day. It's all around me, like a thick gray fog. It's in the air I breathe, at the pawn shop. They have a new financial technology. I'm the ambassador. Did you know that? A new technology? It's a new kind of debt, Evelyn. And it's a mess. What do you mean, a new kind of debt? You know what we do at the pawn shop? Secured loans. We don't buy used goods. We take personal property as collateral on a loan. Then if you don't pay your loan, we sell your stuff. Sure, I get that. It works for people who couldn't get loans otherwise, I guess. Now, Hardin has this new idea. He calls it a payday advance. But it's just a short-term, unsecured loan with a wicked interest rate. There's no filtering. Most who borrow can't keep up. Then he has this big pile of debt with big returns on paper, and he can sell those debts to a bank. Huh. Who's borrowing like that? Who do you think? When Joe put me in charge of it, the only dark-skinned clerk in the whole shop. You think so? I know it. Don't you see? I look just like you. You can trust me. But Joe knows they won't pay on time. There's no money in lending, but there's money in usury. That's in the Bible. I won't be his shill. I just have to save money. I'll go to California, and I'll be a real clerk at a credit union or something. Something ethical. I just have to get rid of these old parasites first. Neither a borrower nor a lender be. Well, my tab is in good shape, I think. You're behind, too. Not as bad as the Slades, but... Well, Harry, the only thing I owe you is a handshake and this whiskey you're about to pour me. Let's say this one's on me, Pearl. No, I'm good for it. For today, let's just say it's on me. You're awfully strict about cash for a guy who just got back from a vacation. Drink up, Evelyn. Maybe you better find some other chair to sink into so your debts don't get reckoned out from under you. I'm out for a bit. I'll be back later to disappoint a couple of old deadbeats. I'll stay for the entertainment. I won't throw you out, but just remember what I said. So that's scene 2. So this is where we left off last night. Management material. That's what he said. Is that so? 11 years behind a supermarket till. You're damn right. Damn right. I have commitment and reliability. That's what he said. Management material. I bet they raise you to $3. I bet $4. The responsibility. Lawrence whistles. You see Pearl today? She was working all day, I think. Usually doesn't work mornings. The Slade women are all getting promoted. I think they just put her on another shift. What's the morning shift like at a pawn shop, do you think? Black coffee and desperation. Let's celebrate. Harry, another round. We're celebrating 2 promotions in the family. Talk to Pearl today? She worked all day. She was here earlier. Looking for you too. She'll be back. Why don't you just pace yourselves till you talk to her? We're celebrating. Pace yourselves or pay your bill. Yeesh. Why are you so stuck on a bill all of a sudden? Are you sunstruck? Sure. You know it's twice as bright when you got the ocean and the pool both reflecting at you. Evelyn. You catch sight of any alligators? Sure. It was gators everywhere. A swamp. Big sandy swamp with a pool and a hostess. What's that? Set 'em up, Harry. Junebug will be here any minute, and we want to be receptive. All right, but I keep track. There'll be a reckoning. You folks hear about the reckoning? First I've heard. What's up, Harry? Short on your bills? Let the books get away from you? Oh, too much. That's an ignorant thing to say. Been doing my books for 10 years. Keeping this place alive, all on my own, ever since Bess. I ought to just let you run that tab up until you drink yourselves underground. Yikes. Things are getting tense at the bar, y'all. Now, he didn't mean nothing by it, Harry. Yeah, Harry, you know I'm only joking. Sure, I know. I know you're joking. All right, let's drink. I better slow down. Hard Times whiskey comes on strong. Don't want to end up like that boiled owl in the corner. I can't tell anymore. I hear they have some secret ingredients or a secret process or something. Something in the wood they age it in. Yeah, something strange in that wood. Drink up, Larry. Don't call me Larry. It sounds like an old man. All right, Silver Fox. Now you... I'll let it slide. Another? Well, I don't get paid until Friday, and I haven't seen Pearl all day. She can pick it up when she comes back. Oh, we have more friends. Bug and Charlie and Emily. Yeah. So we are partway through the interlude between Acts 2 and Acts 3. So we are watching the local production of a play. Don't count on it. What the hell kind of thing is that to say? Our own daughter. Generosities have limits. I don't know what she said, but the Slades are good for it. This family takes care of our own. Sure, we'll get it straightened out when she comes back. Better get here soon, or she'll miss the entertainment. Shouldn't Junebug be here by now, Harry? Yep. That's what you get working with artists. Good entertainment, but it's always late. This is pretty late, though. We'll stick around. We're celebrating. Sure. Yep, not expecting a late-night sentimental call, and if he does, let it ring, the philanderer. Last drink, Evelyn? One more, Harry. I just want to hear some music. Well, she'd better show up soon. Bug says, damn, did we all three show up at once? That's the baby crew hive mind at work. Hell yeah. Y'all have already missed Biz's cameo was very early tonight. She was just here. She sat draped over my arm with her little paw on my mouse clicking hand, making things difficult. Okay. Okay, let's see what's going on here. We have our audience. Entertainment bores at times. The conclusion of the entertainment is obscure modernism posing as trendy. We can only presume that this is another of this company's experimental interventions into the original script, as it betrays the human drama so carefully erected over the prior three scenes. Lula Chamberlain's set is unpretentious and realistic, with a handful of confident lighting cues. The dialogue has an easy facility for barroom banter, but a disconcerting habit of settling into familiar grooves. An uneven but decent production. Nathan Masters, The Lexington Herald. Writer's notes. Many in the audience consider leaving. If anyone leaves, let them leave. The theater is not a prison. If anyone coughs, cough also. The theater is not a sickbed. We minister to the audience. We revere the pains of the audience. Lim Doolittle is the playwright. And this is young. This person in the jacket back here is young Lula Chamberlain, who we met in the second act as a clerk at the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces, and whose art exhibit was the first interlude that we watched. She did set design for this. Some sound cues. Some lighting cues. Okay. Evelyn, drunk. I love this song. I've never heard it. It's a love song. It's a Valentine. Sure. Ever been in love? Nope. Me neither. Well, there's Ted. Son of a bitch. Evelyn. You love Ted, right? He's a son of a bitch out on the road, selling hammers and hammering shop girls. You know he isn't. Well, I wish he was. You don't mean that. Sure, I don't mean that. He's a son of a bitch. but you have to stick by your family. Sometimes, if it kills you. Do you? Why? You just have to. Why? I love this song. What if they're better off without us? My folks could get better with money. Ted could, I don't know, meet someone new? He wouldn't. He's a good man. Would you? Evelyn groans. All I want is to be free of parasites. Keep my own money. Pay my own debts. Don't be a fool. Buy me a drink. What do you want? I want to run a hardware store with my dear husband. Evelyn, I want a whiskey. That's all you want? And a love song. Sure. Pearl, you could have said something. I shouldn't have to say anything, Dad. Letting us just sit and soak up a debt. We're celebrating. Hold on, let's see if we can pause it for a second. So, these two at the table are the mother and father of Pearl, the woman in green at the bar, who are both drunks and who Pearl pays the bar tab for, and she is come tonight to tell them she's cutting them off and also probably leaving. We're celebrating. Pearl, it's supposed to be a celebration. Don't you know the news? Larry, drop it. So, celebrate. I'm not stopping you, but I'm not paying for it. Your mother's going to be a manager. So put a manager's salary on that tab. It's not... Sure, they said she's management material. What kind of material are you, Pearl? Maybe. He said maybe. I'm made of sweat and blood and beer, just like you raised me. That's a damn strange thing to say. Sure, my hands are cut up, but you're a loan clerk, and your mother is a manager at a supermarket. Damn it, Lawrence. It's not settled. Not settled? O'Neill just handed you a promotion. Why can't you celebrate? Rosa, what did he say to you? Remember what he said to you? He said, didn't he? He said, maybe eventually. Maybe eventually? Maybe eventually, management material. Keep your chin up. Maybe eventually. Sooner or later, keep your chin up. How's that, Dad? Enough. You can still settle. It'll just take longer. I should look again. Just sit with me, Larry. Let's just wait for the music. Get away from the awfulness. Sure. We can celebrate. Sure. The Slade women are moving up. Eventually. If she's this late, she's not coming. Where's Junebug? Where's the entertainment? I said, if she's this late, she always shows up. I've got nothing better to do. You gonna settle up first? Don't be a fool. Watch it. I'll buy you a drink. How about a water, Evelyn, and maybe call it a night? What time is it? I love this song. It's relaxing, like the sun by the pool or a beach full of gators. God damn it, Evelyn. Harry, your language. What would Bess think? Good Christian woman. God damn it, who cares if I did or didn't go to New Orleans? She didn't mean anything by it. Maybe I just sat here, alone in the dark. Would you like that, Evelyn? That what you want to hear? Watching nature programs in the dark. Just me and the deer and the gators and the goddamn dinosaurs. It was Harry's ark, Evelyn. 2 by 2, out of the flood and into the poorhouse. She's just drunk. All on my dime. Well, there's gonna be a reckoning. All of you. Just stick around and you'll see. What are you talking about, Harry? What reckoning? I want to hear another love song. Where's Junebug? I hope she never shows up. I can't pay her. The money's run out. What's that? It's gone. The money's all gone. I let you sponges soak up so many free drinks, now I can't even stock the whiskey without striking a deal. No more whiskey? Harry, what kind of deal? It doesn't matter. You can't blame us. Harry, we're just a little short from time to time. Sure. Just leave, Pearl. Just trust me. Okay, I'm leaving. Are you sure? I'm sure. You don't deserve this. All I want is a love song and a whiskey. You'll have plenty of time for whiskey. I just want to be left alone. That man is like a straitjacket. I know, Evelyn. If only he'd meet some tall young thing on the road. I know. 11 years behind a supermarket till. Keep your chin up, Rosa. Eventually. Maybe. Maybe eventually. Now, you all should clear out. Where would we go? Just let us wait. Just let us wait for Junebug. We're good for it. We just want to have a few drinks. See the entertainment. Then we'll go home. You don't understand. Sure. We know you're struggling. We're all struggling. Harry, you said you have a deal, right? God damn it. You don't understand me. Harry, your language. We'll settle our debt soon. Rosa's in line for this promotion. All they want is debt. They feed on it. They put it in the whiskey. What? What the hell are you saying? He'll be here soon. The boy from Hard Times. There'll be a reckoning. Harry, our debt's not to the distillery. It is now. I traded it. I sold it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh. Man. What an end to the chapter. Charlie says, damn, all these people kind of suck. Yeah, a little bit. There's some extenuating circumstances, but they still suck. Bug says, sometimes it be like that. Yeah, remember how everyone keeps saying that the boys from the distillery are, there's something strange about them? Distillery? Distillery. How many syllables? I don't know. Okay, let's jump into Act 3. Nat says, friend? Probably not. '83 and sunny now. Looks like it's gonna get up to about 101 by late afternoon in Louisville and 103 in E-Town. Not a cloud in sight, so get out those parasols, haha. Major accident just ahead of the Bardstown exit, so if you're headed to work on 31, you are late, my friend. Sugar? Just a little. I forgot how you take your coffee. I'm tired. I didn't sleep well. Those old horses of Ira's used to keep me up. You thought they were having bad dreams. I remember. Ira wouldn't hear it. They're just horses. But those horses were troubled. Brownie got sick every morning in the stable. That's right. Shout out to Charlie. Charlie loved those horses. He'd sit on the roof and read his textbooks and watch them. He was so careful here. Our roof was just in better shape than the one he fell from. Emily says, gotta know what the gamer fuel is tonight, Caitlin. Sorry, it's popcorn. I'm munching. I'm trying to keep my munching to a minimum, but I do need gamer fuel for another long-ass stream. Charlie was alone on the roof. I guess he was. He was so bright. His teacher said, what was the word? Apt. That's it. How could I forget? It wasn't his fault. It wasn't anyone's fault, Conway. That's what we mean when we say it's... An accident. Sure. Well, we have a mail order delivery today. Might be a long drive. I hope the truck can hold up. That truck will outlive us all. I hope you're right. I'm glad you'll keep it. Ira would have wanted you to have it. It's been running since Charlie was born. Ira took me to the hospital in that truck. So did you once. Your knee. My new knee. Plastic. It'll be like a souvenir. So, long drive? They said they couldn't come in person. Maybe just a shut-in. I don't recognize the address. The order is all... I'm sure we can fill it. Guess that'll be the last. I guess it will be. The last act of Lysette's Antiques. The... oh, what's the word? Finale. Maybe. No, that's not the word. I just need to think a bit. More coffee or something. Or I've had too much? It's getting harder. Yes, it is. What are those boxes you set in the hallway? Oh. Those are your clothes. You packed them yesterday. Of course. Cora should be here soon. Will you wait with me? Sure, Liz. I'll wait with you. There's your traffic and weather on the 5s. That's every 10 minutes. Brought to you by the Consolidated Power Company. Stick around for Old Kentucky Home with Kate, helping you turn your humble home into a mansion. After this. Charlie says, damn, I guess I'll die. Rip Charlie. Nat says, introduced and immediately dead. Sorry, Charlie. But that's only if you make a late payment on a follow-up visit. I think everything went well enough here that they'll only want to bill for... Oh, he's awake. How do you feel, old man? All fixed up? Truman says you might be a bit misty coming out of it, so... I was dreaming. That's unlikely. Neripnol TM is quite powerful. In fact, many patients report a sensation of lost time. Do you feel like you've lost time? I guess so. It's been about 2 hours. What have you been doing? We watched TV for a while. Then Dr. Truman showed me some of the terms of this bill. It's kind of... You'll want to look over it yourself, I think. How about that leg? How's your leg feeling? Yeah, that's the important part. Conway shifts his leg a bit in the chair, testing it. Well? Oh, yeah. Okay, well, sorry. We'll catch up for a second. So, in the first act, when Shannon and Conway were in the mine, there was a cave-in, and Conway hurt his leg, which has been getting steadily worse and worse. And so we are visiting Dr. Truman, who went to medical school on a pharmaceutical company's dime. And so he fixed us using Neripnol TM, which has some odd side effects. Yeah, so this happened, the scene with Dr. Truman was at the very end. It's the last thing in Act 2. So Conway is just having woken up from Neripnol TM. This isn't my leg. Not your... of course it's your leg. It doesn't feel like it belongs to me anymore. I haven't encountered this reaction before, but it's not totally unheard of. I read a paper about something like this last year. It can happen for a lot of reasons. Neurological, psychological, social. I'm sure it won't persist in your case. Your thoughts and feelings are probably still a little nebulous from the Neripnol TM. That's totally normal. It'll pass. I wouldn't recommend driving for at least another hour or two regardless. Conway stares remotely at his leg. Let's talk about a few things you should be aware of. Recovery, rehabilitation, and side effects. How long am I going to be recovering? Well, at your age, I want to be clear. You should expect lingering effects of the injury for more or less the rest of your life. Don't immerse it fully in water. Avoid extremes of temperature. I'd stay away from dusty roads and mountain lions as much as possible. Dusty roads? Yeah, dust can be pretty dangerous. If too much accumulates, you can expect some severe shocks. Best thing you can do is keep it clean and free of debris. What do I clean it with? Only clean your leg with a soft cloth, moistened with water or with isopropyl alcohol. You'll definitely want to avoid abrasive agents like detergents or other solvents. So, do you have any questions? Anything about the bill that didn't make sense? I don't mean to rush you, but I have an early fishing trip. Tell him about the payment plan in the bill. Yeah, that's one of the atypical clauses. I don't really have any control over the bill, now that the Consolidated Power Company bought my employer. They handle everything. So it all runs through your electricity bill now. You can pay it back in full on your next billing cycle, or you can get an energy credit payment plan. You'd have to call Consolidated for more detail about that. I don't really understand how it works. Something about generating electricity to send back into the grid? Oh, one more thing. Don't be alarmed if you experience any side effects of the Neripnol TM. Typically, we see daydreaming, deja vu, pensiveness, fugue states, irregular perception of time. About 15% of patients report a generalized sensation of lateness. Nothing to be alarmed about, just keep it in mind. Thanks for your help. Julian's outside. We can head back to your truck. Nat says, "Hey Truman, my leg is shiny yellow bones. Did you turn my leg into shiny yellow bones, Truman?" Emily says, "Truman, totally normal. Just don't operate heavy machinery for like an hour." I have lots of questions, Truman's. Yeah. Yep. I love to use my bones to generate electricity to send back into the grid. That's my favorite thing. Nat says, "Fuck yeah, my boy Julian." So this child here is our friend Ezra, whose brother Julian is, well, we'll meet Julian. They helped us come here where we were in the forests outside of the city. You get some rest back there? I don't feel much rested myself. We'll get a break. Maybe tomorrow, huh? Oh, perfect. Can we come say hi to Julian? This is Julian. You know, Ezra's brother Julian. Ezra, where are you running to? Oh, are we controlling Ezra now? Oh, interesting. Oh, wow. Look at these reflections in the water. And now we're back to Conway. Bug says, "Hoofst?" Yeah, Ezra's big brother, Julian. How are the drugs treating you? Streetlights seem a bit brighter. Oh, like trails and tracers? What do you mean? Oh, never mind. Your pupils are probably just dilated or something. My dad got a hold of these eye drops once. They stimulate the muscles in your eyeball and dilate the pupils. I guess they have some medical use, but one of the miners said they'd help him see in the dark. But then he had to wear sunglasses all day. The drops lasted too long. My folks had a peculiar relationship with medicine. We almost never had a regular doctor or health insurance or anything like that. Our immigration stuff was a mess for most of my childhood, so we only qualified for state programs in small patches before something or other would get contested, and we learned to just pile on dentist appointments and stuff in those short windows. If a cut got infected or her migraines were too much to handle, Mom would talk to so-and-so who knew so-and-so, usually another miner, and end up with some pills. And instead of medical advice, every pill came with gossipy anecdotal warnings and superstitions, like all this lore that came with it, like magic, dangerous, mysterious. Ever run into any problems? Sure, yeah. Stuff would be expired or mislabeled. Mom was allergic to penicillin, as it turned out. That was scary. And one time, in high school, we forgot these pills to help her focus. She was so smart, but always going off in different directions, mind racing, like 5 conversations going in her head at once. And you're lucky if even one of them is with someone in the room, you know? So she had these pills, and they seemed to help. I was struggling in school too, failing my history class. She offered to share the pills. Did it help? At first, yeah, it helped a lot. I had a kind of presence and clarity of purpose that I've never really had otherwise. I didn't want to stop taking them. One day I was sitting on my bed, my notebook was open next to me on top of a textbook, and I was holding a pen in my hand. I remembered this moment from several years before. It came up so suddenly, with such precision. I couldn't put it out of my mind. I felt like I had to stay with it until I'd recalled the whole thing perfectly. It was just a tiny nothing moment. My mom patching up the side of a bird cage, winding some spare wire around the frame to reinforce it. I was fixated on that image and the sound, the cage kind of bending and twanging as she worked it, rapping and nodding, scraping scraping copper against paint like bowing a rubber violin with a railroad tie. My parents came back from a triple shift and found me still sitting there on the edge of the bed, pen in my hand, delirious with thirst, patching that bird cage. Oh. Oh, it's our friends. Emily, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day of the year except Labor Day. Last admission is at 4 p.m. daily. Bob, damn. Try the door. You're a little late for the museum. And then what? Ben, you're being very uptight right now. You're right. It's unlocked. I'm not sure it's finished in there, though. What's finished? Would it be better if it were finished? Can we be sure of that? This late, you'll wake someone up. Hush, I think I heard a voice. Maybe a security guard? I didn't hear anything. We're just too late. Let's come back tomorrow. All right, let's go in. If everything's shut down, it'll be pretty boring. It's definitely after hours. What? I said it'll be boring. No, We have flashlights. Look, if we visit by day, we see what they want us to see. If we visit by night, it's all up to us. Emily, Ben, and Bob argue about whether to enter the museum. Emily, Ben, and Bob are the people that we saw down in the basement of the gas station in the very first scene of the game. And also, they were the ones at the Lula Chamberlain exhibit. Bug says, damn, Emily knows what's up. Emily does know what's up. So, what's the plan here? What do you think? Well, we've got to get back on the Zero and bring those documents back to the clerk at the bureau. Man, sorry y'all. I got betrayed by the gamer fuel. Well, we've got to get back to the Zero and bring those documents back to the clerk at the bureau. I'm just not sure how to get there. The entrance at the farmhouse was gone. Let's ask at the gas station if he knows another route. Sure, okay, worth a shot. Emily says, please be careful. Emily says, the gamer choke. Or Bug says, the gamer choke. Nat says, the gamer fuel strikes back. Yeah, betrayed. Immediate karmic retribution for playing a game of What's That Crunch on stream. Oh, look, Julian is following us. Ooh. Nope, come back. The truck's engine sputters and dies as Conway guides it carefully off the road next to a fallen tree. A tree. Nothing to be done? Can you take a look at it? I guess I could poke around in there, but I don't know a damn thing about engines. Wait, is this why you always leave your truck running? Just superstitious. Right. Any other quirks I should know about? Seat belts. I guess there's always two sides. Anyway. Do you know this area? Anyone around here that could give us a hand? I drove past here yesterday. Oh? What were you doing out here yesterday? That tree. That bog. Are you sure this is that tree? What kind of tree was it? A willow. I guess that could be a willow. I don't know much about trees. Hey, we should call someone. Do you know a good towing company? Nat says, the gamer fuel strikes back, and Emily says, that was my favorite movie of the trilogy. Very good. I can't read the name or the number on this flyer, but it looks like a picture of a tow truck. Worth a shot. I'll give him a call. I hope I can get a signal out here. Shannon speaks into the large brick cell phone held up to her ear. Hi, hello. We've got an old, I want to say diesel? An old truck just stalled out. Inaudible, confused. This is... You're a towing company, right? Your flyer has a picture of a tow truck on it. Open 23 hours a day. Inaudible, suspicious. We have a car. I mean, it's a truck. We're broken down by the side of the road. That's why I'm calling. Inaudible, obtuse. That's... Okay. Look, we need to get back on the road here, and I'm sure you're busy too. Inaudible, wistful. Well, I'm very sorry to interrupt that, but... Inaudible, meticulous. Is that like some kind of naval thing? I don't know. We're off 65 somewhere, just kind of pulled up by this tree that fell over. Inaudible, tangential. Okay, well, I don't know any of those people, but that does sound like the right area. You've been over here before? Inaudible, dismissive. I guess it doesn't matter. Well, thanks again. We'll see you soon then. How long do you think you'll be? Radio music. Hello? I think they're on their way. Guess we have some time to kill. Pretty grim place to be stuck. I wonder what happened. To the tree, I mean. Maybe it was just old. You know what used to happen to old trees out in the forest? Oh my god, I'll never breathe again. So sorry for my audio crimes. Wildfire would come through and clear them all out. It made room for the new trees. But then people build houses, and we can't have fires going all the time. So we keep putting them out. And now we have all these old trees choking out the saplings. Starving the young trees for resources. Just clinging on to life until snap. And then some road crew comes by and blasts the stump with dynamite. I think I'll take a look at that radio of yours. Maybe I can get it going again. No point just standing around. Are you bored? Are you? Yeah, most of the time. Let's play a game. What would you like to play? We can tell the future with this little tree branch. It's pretty easy. We just break off all the little sticks on each section and count through the different things that could happen. Okay, what should we ask? It should be about you. I can't do both the counting out and the questions. What kind of job will I have next? Ezra snaps the smaller branches away, one at a time, counting out possibilities. Doctor, lawyer, taxman, driver. Driver. Okay, what else? How will I travel in the future? Ezra snaps the smaller branches away, one at a time, counting out possibilities. Motorbike, motorboat, horseback, hearse, old truck, new truck, new truck. These other branches are too bare. Don't worry about it too much. It's just a bunch of sticks. I wish Julian wasn't so busy right now. He's got a lot of houses to carry still. I wish I could help more. How's it looking? The leads are... leads? Badly corroded, but I'm making progress. That's what I like about working on electronics. It gets easier as you go on. Or you just get used to it. Almost there. Is this the right way? I don't recognize the trees. What's to recognize? Just a bunch of trees. Just, the trees are so quiet, right? Usually you'd hear birds, wind, a squirrel or something. Turn your ears down and just focus on the radio, Cricket. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I'm a little bored. I'll work some chord progressions in my head for a while or something. How far out are we? Are we there yet? Oh, stop. Harry's not gonna be happy. You know he doesn't like me anyway. I'll tell him about the frog. He won't understand. More than all silver and gold of this earth. You should have been a poet. I'll leave poetry to the professionals. What's on your mind, Cricket? Oh, I don't know. Just looking at the stars. Hope we get there soon. Never been this late. Which star is your favorite? That little one in the corner. You know, we're already late. So we'd better keep moving. I just mean, what's another few minutes? Fine. Just for a few minutes, though. You're the best. And hey, maybe if they're not busy, they can fill some seats at the gig. You know, if no one's there, Harry will try and bilk us on our fee. Maniacs. Are you okay? Sure. You? Oh, no, I'm fine. Thanks. They were in a hurry. Some folks are always in a hurry. Not you, though, huh? You get caught up on a stranger's yarn or a streetlight reflected in a puddle, and nobody can get you moving again until you've let the grace of the moment right into your bones. God, what the fuck? This game is incredible because it goes from patter to and nobody can get you moving again until you've let the grace of the moment right into your bones. Ugh. Okay, I will be right back. I'm gonna go blow my nose off mic since I've already committed my share of audio crimes for the night. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for your patience with my corporeal form. Okay, let's see, where were we? Allie says, if I ever end up playing this game, I will be very sad to not have Caitlin narrating. Oh, thank you. You can tell we've already reached the limit of my character voices, which is like 4 voices maybe. And there are more than 4 characters in this game. Bug says, crickets. Okay. Like a poet. Or a donkey. I guess that's what I like about you, old man. You know how to wait. I don't think I ever will. Junebug, stay here. Careful, he's wicked with strangers. Ha, you... Who's chasing you? Hear that, Cricket? We're being pursued. I knew it. Who's after us? That's a good question. These folks seem to have a certain handle on the situation. So... maybe... Sure, something like that. Listen, we've got 2 questions for you folks. What kind of people do you take us for? I mean, how do we strike you? Probably from space. I always said you fell from heaven, ma'am. Junebug to Johnny. Otherworldly. It's unmistakable. Now, here's another question for you. Do you like music? Do you like music? I don't like... Of course you do. Man. Junebug being able to read Ezra's mind is very good. Say, they should come to our gig. What an idea. Well, we're waiting for a tow. A tow? I won't hear about it. This time of night you'll be kicking your heels till dawn. We'll fix your truck up. Me and Johnny are a couple of regular gearheads. Why, I just put a new cylinder block in this baby over here. The weird vector. That's what we call our bike. We call it the weird vector because the front wheel's a little loose. We'll get you fixed up quick so you can come to the gig. See, we have a regular booking tonight and, well, we're running late. Very late. That's what I told them. Now the man who runs this venue, Harry Esperanza, is a notorious withholder, and if we don't get a few bodies in the crowd, well, he'll go all penny pinching on us. Just a short set. We only have one song prepared. You'll come to the gig, won't you? Junebug to Johnny. Of course they will. Can you believe we almost didn't stop? Johnny to Blue. Hungry, old lady? I think I've got a crust in the sidecar here. After all, it's so late. Well, it's all said and done. We stopped. That's all that matters. Our gig's at an old tavern called the Lower Depths. It's over there by old Charlie Moran Highway, just east off 65. We usually take a right off the interstate around the petting zoo. Johnny likes the petting zoo. I do like the petting zoo. Now, let's see about that truck of yours. I feel certain we can get it running. Okay. A right by the petting zoo. The petting zoo is closed. Okay, fair enough. The Lower Depths. Doesn't feel right. Like a deep pit. I wonder sometimes if I'm really up here or still down below. Kinda late. Are you sure they're open? Sure, they're open. This is one of those places. We came by earlier and they were closed. Oh, you know it? Pretty rough, huh? We never went inside. It's not that bad. Give me a minute here. We are not saints, but we have kept our appointment. How many people can boast as much? That's lovely, ma'am. Who said it? A poet. Ma'am, I hate to say it, but the cupboard is bare. Have some vision, Cricket. We've got 1, 2, 4 patrons. Harry doesn't count. Well, we've done more with less. What kind of music do you play? It's like Cyrano Cole meets Towner, but with a woman lead, and the keyboards are kind of an ambient whisper wave. A little bit more reverb. There's some Dolly Crown in there too, like the early stuff before she joined the Sheet Swingers. Better drum programming, though. I don't know who those people are. Well, you'll hear it in a minute. A rough brick between two pieces of stale bread sits in the center of the table, surrounded by a ring of undisturbed dust. A bulky set of black goggles sit on the edge of a table, next to an ashtray, a newspaper, and a few empty glasses. Huh. What is it? I don't know. Can I tell you a horrible secret? I never wear eye protection in the shop. It's dangerous, I know, but I'm always looking back and forth from my oscilloscope to whatever I'm working on, and the scope has this peculiar kind of hard-bordered glow that I never found a pair of goggles or glasses that doesn't smear out that glow. At best, the lens softens everything so you can't quite find the edges. Ezra flips eagerly through the jukebox's catalog of songs. What do you think? I don't know how to play this game. All of Ezra's lines are great. All I'm poured tonight is Hard Times whiskey. Oh, Conway should not have a whiskey. Got any coffee going? No coffee. Hard Times whiskey. Say, shut the GD door, would you? I can't afford to run the AC all night. Sorry, Harry. Oh, it's you two. Where have you been? Never mind. Listen, I can't keep this place open through the small hours of the night just waiting for musicians. Gets lonely, doesn't it? Yeah, kinda. How about some music? There's nobody here to listen to it. I can't pay for... We brought some people, Harry. A crowd is forming. Yeah, but also Couldn't you use a break, Harry? Been on my feet all day. But Oh. We are coming up on my favorite scene in the entire game. Charlie says, oh, I see. It's the set, huh? Yep, this is Harry the bartender who may or may not have struck a deal with the boys from the distillery. How's it looking out there? How are y'all feeling tonight? Can we get a bit more reverb in the monitors? Harry adjusts a soundboard behind the bar. How's that? Test. Test. 1, 1, 1, 3, 50. Lamentation. Lamentation. Sounds good. How's everybody doing? Anybody had a real bad night? How about you, old man? Yeah, real bad. We'll try not to make it too much worse. This is a song I heard in a tavern many years ago at an open mic night. Me and Johnny were out just riding around. You know, you like to drive around, old man? That's, of course you do. So we were out riding around, and we passed this gaudy old tavern. I mean, it was a real dive. Busted up facade. Weeds in the parking lot. Taps all dry. Bats in the bar room. And run by this creaky bag of bones. Looked like the only thing keeping him awake was the fear of death. So glad to be back here at the lower depths. Hey now. So we stopped for an early drink, and there was a lady singing right here on stage. And the song she sang, well, it stuck with us. And now it's a regular part of our repertoire. Never got that lady's name, but she seemed like a sweet gal, and she had a voice like Scotch whiskey, and we just hope we do her song justice. So here it is, Too Late to Love You. So good. Yeah. Emily says, holy shit. Turns out video games are good, actually. Yeah, who would have thunk? Hi, Emma. Welcome back. That's like my favorite scene in the entire game. Well, hope you liked it. I've heard it before. I don't doubt that. You look like you've spent an evening or two in a grimy old tavern. Listen, we appreciate you folks sticking around for the show. There's nothing more wretched than playing sad songs to an empty room. We've just got to get our fee from Harry, and then we'll get you headed to the, 0. Well, Harry, I think that went pretty well. I'd say the crowd was into it. Reverential. Rapt. I guess the usual fee is about right, and we'll let you get back to your business. Well, that's just the... Damn it, I was trying to tell you to. I can't pay. They cleaned me out. I've got nothing left but a GD IOU from the distillery. An IOU? Yeah. I traded them for some whiskey, and I guess I had some surplus credit, so I got this note to get some more from them later on. Must have been a hell of a trade. I had to. Gotta keep this place open somehow, goddammit. Watch your language, Harry. Could you pay them with your IOU? Well, Very contemporary, very astute. How about it, Harry? Let's push some paper around. Well, it's just... I can collect on it here when they bring more whiskey up. But for you to cash in, you'd have to go down to, down to the distillery. Down to hard times. And, you've got to take the 0. So that's what we'll do. How do we get there? Are you folks sure you want to head down there? I've never been myself, but people hear things. Rumors. It's where we've got to go. Well, I'll tell you then. But this is it, right? We're square? Harry, you're all right. If only. You got a radio in your car? Yep. Well, here's what you've got to do. Take a left out of the parking lot, and then just fiddle around on your dial until you hear something familiar, familiar, but strange. You know the feeling? Like, I used to go hunt with my uncle out in the mountains, and now I watch these nature programs. They're filmed in the mountains, and there's the deer, and I know all the plants and every kind of tree, but something just doesn't look right. And it's even stranger for being so close to familiar. Something like that. You'll know it when you hear it. Fix that strange but familiar station on your dial, drive for a bit, and then turn around when the station cuts out. Right then. Hope you folks find what you're looking for. Eventually. Always a pleasure, Harry. Is it? Bye, Charlie. Everyone in this game just calls Conmail to his face. Yep. See you later, Charlie. Man, I love what the interludes add. Like the scene in the bar, kind of getting the background on Harry. Hearing him talk about the nature documentaries that he loves to watch. Okay, we're supposed to take a left out of the parking lot. Do you think it means perspective left, or... We'll go this way. need the radio. Oh, no, there we go. What's the station? I've never heard this before. Sounds like horses. Horses running? A race? Lysette and Ira had some horses years back. Yeah? I've always been a little afraid of them. They're so big and I don't know. You look in their eyes and they're almost human. Like they're human and animal at the same time. Since they've been domesticated so long, I guess. Well, that fits familiar but strange for me. Harry said we just drive until it cuts out. Here we are back on the Zero. Oh, the Hall of the Mountain King. Bug says, haunting. Everything about this game is so haunting. Yeah, truly. The Hall of the Mountain King. The bridge ends abruptly, crumbling in disrepair. What do you suppose happens here? Just old and rotted, maybe. I can't tell how old any of the stuff is down here. Time to cut 'em loose, ma'am? Well, now I'm having fun. Ha, okay. Slow night anyway. Nat says, gotta check out the Hall of the Mountain King. A loop of decayed rope is coiled on the banister. Some rotted sections have been smoothed over with a fine dust. Broken computer monitors are heaped precariously among the rocks. A pet carrier for a cat or small dog has been left by the path. A calcified rag wadded in the corner may once have been a blanket. Okay, we're gonna take a break right here before we get into this next area, which is very cool, to go to the bathroom and refill waters and whatnot. So we'll be back in like 5-ish minutes. Okay, welcome back. Get all situated again. Emily says, I've been saying wow louder every time Conway takes a step, basically. Can't wait to see what's next. Yeah, this, Emma and I were talking about this game and playing it last night, and this was one of the scenes that we talked about specifically as, like, being excited for Baby Crew folks to see. It's, very cool. Whew. How's everyone feeling? We're now in total 6 hours into our Kentucky Route Zero stream. I have removed the treacherous gamer fuel. I've refilled my tea mug, except I have overfilled the mug such that I am afraid to pick it up. What kind of tea do you have? I have a kind of a lemon tea. I made dehydrated lemon slices a few weekends ago, so it's a few of those and some honey. You know, it's the lemon slice like a perfect slice of pie, if that makes sense. Nat says, replace dangerous gamer fuel with even more dangerous gamer fuel. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's not as lemony as I want it to be. I think I would actually prefer it with fresh lemon, but the preserved lemon slices keep and are pretty, so. Okay. Our folks. Emma says, sounded good and then you ruined it. With what? I don't know what you mean with how I could have ruined it. Emily says, it may just be the existential crisis of the game talking, but I'm feeling appreciative for my good friend who is streaming this cool game for me to see, and from Baby Crew folks experiencing it with me. Emily, I'm really, really glad that, one, y'all get to see this game, which is so, such an incredible piece of art and is so important to me, and also, yeah, that I have friends who are, like, willing to come spend many, many hours of their weekend experiencing this thing with me. Nat says, oh no, now we're describing the perfect slice in reverse. Imagine a perfect slice of pie. That, but as citrus. Bug says, I'm a dummy. I should know how to pronounce this tea, but I see it every time and instead quietly mutter to myself, a fruity rooibos tea, but I drink it all. That sounds great. Bug says the game is extremely wild in the best possible way, and I cannot handle how beautiful it is. Rooibos. Perfect, thank you. Yeah, those the initial tweet saying that I was going to stream the game, all of those were screenshots from, I just have a folder on my computer, which is Kentucky Route Zero screenshots, and there are many, and it was difficult to limit it to just 4. The art style is really incredible. Okay, let's keep going. Art, is the game levels and versus my audio level still okay for everyone? A hiking backpack leans against a rock. It's empty except for a dusty bag of cat food and a few punch cards. A pile of discarded electronics burns steadily in the center of the chamber. Nat says, I love vaguely unsettling, surreal shit like this. Yeah. Hard same. Bug says, I didn't even see the tweet. I was watching a mediocre Netflix show yesterday and saw the Twitch notif, and I'm so glad I clicked it. Oh, me too. I will, maybe after the stream, I will go through, I threaded a bunch of screenshots the first time I played the game, and I will find that and retweet that so you can see good stuff. Oh, it's triangles within triangles down here. Shifting, intersecting, overlaying. Isn't it romantic? Let's see. To Shannon. You're here to steal back the love of a boy you once knew when you were too young to recognize the movements of the heart. To Conway. And you're escorting her, pretending to have her interest at heart while really... To Junebug. Really, you're in love with the young woman as well. And so you've agreed to help him conspire to win her affections, but it's just a ploy to set him up for embarrassment and diminish him out of the picture. I'm into it. Well, maybe I still have the knack. I used to be really good at this. I had 11 novels published, from The Billionaire's Bidding to Fields of Longing. Real hot bodice-ripping stuff, you know? I miss those days in my Lexington studio apartment. Just me and my thesaurus steaming up the windows. I'm not sure you should be listening to this, kid. I'm not listening. But of course, it couldn't last. You know, suddenly it was all computers everywhere you went. I thought I might be able to do something with that. Inject a little libido into those ugly beige boxes. Ha! So, I went back to the university and I studied human-computer interaction, and then I picked up Donald's research assistantship here as a tester, debugging. In my off hours, I played around with the doomed love story at the core of our little simulation. That seemed to amuse Donald, so I kept at it. I'm afraid I tinkered too much, though, made it too complex. Now our work is never done. We don't even have to add any new functionality. The bugs just grow on their own. Too complex. I miss those days in my Lexington studio apartment. Donald puffs on a smoldering pipe while half mumbling, half singing an old country tune. Where the old green river runs through hills and caves not known to us, down to that sunless sea. Oh, who are you? What's that song? Oh, you've caught a verse of my absent-minded warbling. It's just a song from my youth. Something a dear friend used to sing to herself as we hacked on crystal radios in the boiler room. In old Kentucky, where my love a lovely home did build for me, and where the old green river runs through hills and caves not known to us, down to that sunless sea. From there on, it's all meandering rivers and romantic greenery, and that is... What were we talking about? We're a bit lost, actually. Ah, you've come from the road, the zero. No, you should stay off that road. Not safe, bizarre topology. You'll never get anywhere. It just brings you right back here. Back to this cave? Always back to this spot. It's a prison, an irrational prison. But I don't mind. Not anymore. This is where my life's work is. The computer. Right on the other side of the spire. It looks like a harmless old computer, doesn't it? Like some beat-up mainframe exhumed from a university basement and left in a cave to rot. Or to flower. No, it's no ordinary computer. I've modified it extensively, and in some pretty experimental ways, believe you me. And that's to say nothing of the software, but... You look like a technically minded sort of person. Tell me, do you know the effects of mold growth on diffused base transistor circuitry? Oh. I know, but you can't stand in front of the microphone. Biz heard that all of Baby Crew was here, so she came for her second cameo of the stream. Bug says, aw, Mew. Emily says, kitten. Emma says, let her speak. Okay, Biz. Move the mic closer for a second. Okay, Biz, this is your open mic opportunity. Anything you want to say to Baby Crew? No. Silent. She does not desire to speak, merely to stand in front of the microphone and block my hand. And now she's gone. The mold would burn up. Exactly. It burns, and oh, the sweet smoke that issues from it. But it also leaves a sticky residue to seep through the machine, forming new connections and creeping new circuits. The computer is no longer the pure domain of language or mathematics, but entropy. Thwarted and feeble, we hammer on the derelict keyboard. My name is Raisin, King of Kings. But we are mere tourists in the ruins. Our keystrokes echo off into the tunnels, boundless and bare. The caves stretch far away. We are too late. Always too late. What? Did you say something? I'm just interested in the mold computer. The mold computer? Oh, Xanadu! You've heard about it. Perhaps you've read about it in a journal? It's been years since I published anything. Xanadu has evolved significantly since I explained its data structures in my article, Literary Multitudes, Hypertextual Narrative as Post-Structural Witness. Evolved, and then deteriorated. Donald sighs dramatically and takes a puff from his pipe. I'm afraid you are too late, fellow hypertext enthusiast. As the mold accumulated on the circuitry, Xanadu blossomed for a moment into something holy and enchanted. Then all the charm was broken. Do you have any idea what it's like to spend your life building something and then sit powerlessly as your work declines into ruin? Oh. Not really. Ah, then I hope you never have occasion to be haunted by the ghosts of missed opportunities. Well, I have my own ghosts, and I keep them in there, in Xanadu. It's running on that glorious dusty machine. Take a look if you'd like. Too late to do anything but smoke and reminisce anyway. Far too late to do anything. We didn't look at Amy. A woman in a tattered cardigan looks furtively at the other people around the fire. Do you know when I first... No, I mean, if this cave were larger, could it... Now I'm getting ahead of myself. I've got it. How would you characterize this space? The one we're standing in now. Kinda spooky, but I'm not scared. Spooky for a baby. I think we'd all agree that's a fair assessment. How could... Wait, let's unpack this for a moment. What makes it spooky? No, how do you know it's spooky? Or would be spooky for a baby? The huge fire. Mysterium tremendum. It sends the shadows scattering, momentarily lights the mouths of unseen tunnels. That fire is constantly reshaping my... close your eyes. Will you close your eyes? Not happening. Oh, how disappointing. What are all the computers for? Computers? Oh, now I remember. I was writing on them. I described a cave. That was my job. Describe the cave. There's a great history of caves in literature, don't you know? The walls are frozen river of orange stone. Isn't that vivid? I had a lot to live up to. I was a grad student studying statistics when I started working with Donald on his project. He said we needed someone with a more analytical mind to do the descriptive writing. Someone who would appreciate the cave descriptions as real labor instead of taking their authorial voice for granted. Donald warned me it would be long hours of typing painstakingly detailed descriptions into the computer. And I've put in the hours, believe me. I've put in the hours. I've described every facet of the cave in such detail that sometimes I don't know if I'm reading or looking, writing or exploring. Often, in the dark and lonely moments, I worry that in my sleep I've transcribed rooms from my dreams into the system. How would we know? They can only be entered with precise, faithful detail. That's all I know how to write. And all I dream about is caves. I only dream of caves. A man wearing large glasses inspects the ceiling. A massive gate constructed out of scavenged materials blocks passage down the far side of the spire. Nat says, hypertext enthusiast. I want to see the mold computer. It's me. I'm the hypertext enthusiast. The kingdom is in peril. Roberta laughs. Well, what else is new? Where's the kingdom? You're in the throne room. There are 3 legendary treasures hidden throughout the castle that will restore these ruins to their former glory. What do they look like? She's messing with you, kid. Roberta laughs. Enchanted jewelry, talismans, a magic mirror that prevents the future, a magic shield that protects the bearer from age, a magic chest that's always filled with... I never went to university. I was an independent scholar. It means I took to the public libraries like a beachcomber. I studied fairy tales. And then I came to work for Donald. It paid the bills. Rubbed leathering elbows with academics. Scraped black mold from cave walls. Finally, now I carry the firewood into senescence. The kingdom is in peril. A woman in a long, worn shirt stares at the fire, lost in thought. Baffling control panels are sheltered from the elements with a worn tarp. A closet-sized wall of knobs and wires looms behind the machine, humming faintly. An electric typewriter is the only easily recognizable component. How do you think we get it started? This old thing? Maybe there's a hand crank around. Oh, it has a run key. Xanadu. Xanadu. This thing is in rough shape. Try blowing on it. Conway blows some dust off the keyboard and presses the return key. Okay, that's worse. It kind of looks like a house. Type house? In Blood Pit. Did that say Lula? Conway typing Lula. Tell what she's saying. Oh, I have my portable degausser with me. Old systems like that one can build up a remnant magnetic field that sort of warps everything along whatever pattern it's settled into, you know? The degausser clears that by suddenly shaking the magnetic field around until it's uniform again. That's how I like to think of it anyway. Like shaking a snow globe. Worth a shot. Hall of the Mountain Gink instead of King. Xanadu. After what may be years of to a tunnel. Well, okay. Stalactites adorn the ceiling. This is where you set up your equipment. Premature end of file. Press any key to quit. Bizarre. And what was that about Lula? Maybe Donald knows how to clear it up a bit. So, you've seen it for yourself, what's left of it. Is that the end? The chalky bones of a beautiful dream. But you can see what it once was, can't you? Can't you? There was so much more to it. Ornate labyrinths of memory, exhaustively simulated parallel cave ecosystems, real artificial intelligence built on sophisticated neural network algorithms. The birds in the forest could flock in 3 dimensions. The bats could learn to sing. And then it began to crumble when the strangers came. At first, we only heard them, walking heavily through the caves, dragging things around, hammering and clattering their tools. Sometimes we heard working songs, never close enough to make out real voices, just their echoes cascading wordlessly in the tunnels. Then we caught a glimpse of one. What did they look like? They look like... No, it's too horrible. I shouldn't be telling you about this. They're dangerous. They're strange. I should never have tried out with them. They were always too much for me. But it's too late now. If I'd listened to Lula, Lula? Lula Chamberlain? Yes, of course. Oh, do you know her? We're looking for her now. No, she's gone now. She left. We built this together, did you know? Lula, Joseph, and I. Lula has gone away from here, but Donald points across the cave with his pipe. Still in there. In Xanadu. I don't know where Lula is now, or how to get there from here, or how to unwind that damn tangled highway, but Xanadu, before its ruin, was faultless as an oracle, a shrine to perfect simulation. Until... but... maybe... those weird interlopers destroyed my Xanadu. Perhaps they know how to fix it. It may be dangerous. I've sent many eager seconds to negotiate with them, to repair my masterpiece. Back there, that tunnel, push back the vines, crawl out into the darkness. Watch your step. After a while, you'll feel the terrain change beneath your hands and knees from rock to crystal and then to mud. Then you'll be out. That's where the strangers come from. Now, leave me alone. I still have a bit of mold in my pipe and a few dreams left. Where the strangers come from. Well, this can't be right. Looks like an old church. It's muddy. Yeah, that's what he said. Crystals and then mud. Okay. I want to stay outside. Why? I think I saw a lizard. I'll stay with them. Okay, we'll make it quick. It's so many eyes all at once. Emma says, God, it is truly wild how much the scene is just checking off the boxes of shit I like. Yeah. Pug says, Ezra, same. An epitaph is engraved on the stone grave marker. Sam Anderson, generous disposition, will be missed. Below the inscription, a note is written in white chalk. HT 8191-T, fill date June 29, notes of almond. An epitaph is engraved on the stone grave marker. Jonathan Rickman and Josie Malice, we think you two would really have liked each other. Below the inscription, a note is written in white chalk. HT-8192-B, fill date July 24. Weird finish. Bug says, I saw a lizard, gotta hang out here. Nat says, hey, I can't make it tonight, there is a lizard. An epitaph is engraved on the stone grave marker. Ricky Grove always had a far-off look, probably still does. Below the inscription, a note is written in white chalk. HT-8192-E. Ah, beans! Damn you, early click. A cat. It's a mystery that we'll never solve. Bug says, you know when a cat just stares at the same spot it saw a critter like 3 months ago? That's me! An epitaph is engraved on the stone grave marker. Eric Pidcamini or Miles Grant. Below the inscription, a note is written in white chalk. HT-81N2-N, fill date September 8, sweet and fungal. We'll never know the tasting notes of that grave. I'm so sorry, everyone. John Murphy would have wanted it this way. HT-81N2-Q, fill date September 9th, maple/turpentine. Jeremy Wells should have said something. HT-81N2-X, fill date November 1st, sense of foreboding. Unknown, seemed reasonable. HT-81N2-Y, fill date November 2nd, easy on the nose. Find any lizards? I wasn't really looking. Nice cover story, kid. Why do you dress like a punk? A punk? Now, what's a punk dress like, kid? Can you tell me? I dress like Junebug, specifically. I want to be specific. I think you are. It's the middle of the night, and here you are in a graveyard. Any other kid your age would be in bed. You've just got to make choices and own them. You think I was born this foxy? I came off the assembly line about a half foot shorter and all gray, no eyes. They were going to have us clearing out the old mine. Doesn't matter what you look like under all that rock and water. A bunch of gray shadows shoveling and hammering invisibly at the walls, draining the tunnels. Johnny found some gear, an old tape player. We hid away in an underwater cave and listened to it over and over, and we knew we weren't miners. We slipped out onto the road, just these two featureless shadows, and ever since that night we've been detailing, coloring in, specifying. I feel more like myself every day. I feel more like myself when it's just me and Julian. Well, there. Now you're getting more specific. Emma says, should have said something is what it should say on my own grave also. There you are. What'd you find in there? It wasn't... Hey, what's going on? You look flushed, old man. It doesn't matter. Right, okay. We've got what we need. Let's go. Trace an orbit round the road and close your eyes with holy dread, for we on mold and whiskey fed and drank from rivers down below. We found your strangers. We know how to fix your damn machine, but I'm not sure it was worth it. Oh, soon the visitors will return? What have you found? They say you need to type in a specific phrase to restore it. Oh, a bit of a poem to rally the illustrious spirit. Of course. Well then, type away. By all means, do not hesitate. Type away. Okay, we're supposed to type dome in air. Weird. Just following instructions. Here we go. Xanadu. I forget how much longer this act is than the others. Xanadu. At end of road. You are standing at the end of a road before a small brick building. Around you is a forest. Check out the building. Conway typing. Enter building. inside building. You are inside a building, a storage shed for the National Park Service. There is a sensible, modern electric lantern nearby. Get the lantern. Conway, typing. Get lantern. Taken. Conway types, exit building. Enter forest. That's not something you can enter. Just type a direction. Conway, typing. North. In forest. You are in open forest, with a deep valley to one side. Can we climb a tree? Conway, typing. Climb tree. I don't think much is to be achieved by that. Sorry. Can we dig a hole? Conway, typing. Dig a hole. You can't see any such thing. Pretty limited vocabulary. Conway, typing. South. Xanadu, you're in forest. Hey, it's a maze. East? Xanadu, you're in a forest. Lula is here, soldering replacement components in a small handmade radio. Oh, we should talk to her. Conway, typing. Ask Lula how she is doing. Who let Conway type? Hi, Donald. I'm getting the strangest interference out here. I've been tuning the radio circuits gradually as we go, swapping capacitor values and tweaking resistor networks. It was working for a while, but everything I can pick up sounds so distant and muffled. Lula hands you the radio. Well, maybe you'll have better luck. You're good at this stuff. Just don't forget to give it back. Conway, typing. West. You're in forest. Joseph is here, tapping with a small stylus on a modified pocket braille slate. A small gray kitten, no more than a few weeks old, dozes comfortably on top of his backpack. Maybe he has something to say. Conway, typing. Listen. Joseph. Donald, I was just transcribing your footsteps. Sounded like... Joseph runs his finger along the index card he's been tapping on, from right to left. Long, weary song, drearily gone, dearly gone. You beat a melancholy shuffle through these woods, Donald. I've been noting down the sounds of the forest, with an ear for speech, and an inborn filter for poetry, I suppose. So maybe it's me being melancholy after all. I'm eager to see what the poetic subsystem makes of these punch cards. At edge of hole. Emma says, typing, pet cat. Nat says, look at cat. Appreciate cat. You are at the edge of a massive hole. The dirt gives way to rock as the ground sinks into darkness. The computer tied to your upper back slickens with sweat in the afternoon sun. The rope slung around your shoulder has slipped under the strap of your backpack, digging uncomfortably against your collarbone. I'm torn here. Shine the lamp into the hole? Conway, typing. Light lamp. Your lamp is now on. Conway, typing. Shine lamp in hole. The lamplight only reaches a few yards down the hole, where the rock is coated in a slimy black mold. You can tell that the walls are too slick to climb safely without assistance. Yell into the hole first to see if there are pirates. Conway, typing. Yell. I only understand you as far as wanting to yell. Conway, typing. Yell. Any pirates down there? No response. Sorry, kid. You're batting 0 today. At least we know there's no pirates. Try using the rope to climb down safely. Conway, typing. Tie rope to tree. The rope is tied snugly to a tree trunk. Conway, typing. Down. Your feet slip a few times on the slimy rock, but you remain stable. Lula... Fuck. Another early click. Lula and Joseph descend behind you. In bed quilt. Emma says, give cat a gentle kiss. Emily says, tell cat it is a good cat. Bug says, sometimes you gotta yell. Gotta holler. You are in bed quilt, a long east-west passage with holes everywhere. Joseph and Lula remove the computer equipment they are carrying on their backs and begin setting up. That's the last trip, so everything's down here now. Say something back to her. Conway, typing. Say something back. You make an awkward joke. Don't be so morbid. Lula looks pensive. Ask her about the cave. Conway, typing. Ask Lula about cave. Having second thoughts? I don't blame you. It's unsettling down here. Weird acoustics. Earlier, as we were climbing down, I thought I heard voices for a moment. Or, not voices themselves, but the echoes of voices, singing. Some kind of eerie, tuneless working song. I'm glad I'm not down here alone. What's the gear they're carrying? Conway, typing. Ask Lula about gear. Sure, Donald. We might as well take inventory. I've got the tape machine and the synthesizer parts we borrowed from the School of Music. It's all tuned up to my voice so we won't have to type so much. Joseph has his slate and the punched cards he's transcribed from the poems we read him. He's got the typewriter and the paper tape reader. And you've got the CRT display. How's your back holding up? Joseph looks uncomfortable. Jealous. Hey, Donald, can you help me wire up these generators? I'll assemble the synthesizer, but I could use some help with the serial interface if you have time. You hear an unfamiliar echo from a tunnel to the east. Maybe if we help Lula, she'll have some more to tell us. Conway, typing, help Lula. Thanks, Donald. I can never remember which color leads to which pin. Lula begins unpacking a box of wires and terminals. Do you think there are paintings down here? Cave paintings, I mean. Maybe some old pottery shards from when the world was young and early men and women huddled in these caves to... Do you know, I think cultural fossils are the saddest fossils. Sadder than animal remains, I mean. We might come across a petrified mollusk or a partial dinosaur footprint, and we say, there was a point of contact here where a body touched the earth, and maybe there's a little bit of evidential garbage, but the life who owned that body never cared and has moved on anyway. And that's the end of it. But suppose I shine my lantern on one of these walls and I see a crude painting, thousands of years old, 2 men and a woman, charcoal and blood on rock. Someone put that there to keep something on the rock after she passed. A hope, or a relationship, or a moment. A worry, maybe. A regret. She made a painting to keep something alive for her, but like the dead mollusk and the itinerant dinosaur, she had to move on. Whatever it was is gone, and now we're looking at this painting, this dangling copy with no original. You are interrupted by the ominous echo of a grating, scraping sound from the east, louder than before. What the hell was that? Let's check it out. In tunnels. You rush down the tunnel with Joseph and Lula close behind. That got kind of intense back there. No wonder they're still thinking about it. The tunnel narrows, and soon you find yourself crawling on your hands and knees. Navigating the tunnel gradually becomes more awkward, as smooth rock gives way to jagged crystalline structures. Scratches and taps echo from the end of the tunnel, some short and piercing, some slower and groaning as if dampened by water. The tunnel opens into a large room. In Crystal Room. You are in a large, irregular chamber. The walls, floor, and ceiling are covered with crystalline projections. Strangers are here, scraping black mold from the crystals. They look up when you enter. One of them seems about to speak. Finally! Let's listen to what he says. The stranger reaches for a box he's carrying and presses a plastic button. The box whirs to life, and a crackly voice blurts something unintelligible, then slows to a deep gurgle. He looks at his companions momentarily in confused disappointment. Then he returns his awful gaze to you. Joseph flees through a tunnel to the north. Lula flees through a tunnel to the northeast. Follow Lula. Conway, typing. Run north. Lula's headlamp scans across the northern passage as you run. Soft shadows loom perplexingly from floor to ceiling. You feel around to distinguish shadows from crystals, but eventually find yourselves cornered. You have hit a dead end. Who are they? Let's find a way out of here. Conway, typing. Escape. That's not a verb I recognize. Conway, typing. Look for escape. You can't see any such thing. Listen, I think they've gone back to work. They seemed strange somehow. Maybe they've forgotten about us? Alright, let's try to pass them quickly now. Don't make eye contact. Then we'll find our way back to the equipment. In Bed Quilt. You are in Bed Quilt, A long east-west passage with holes everywhere. Lula is here, panting for breath. Did they follow us? Where's Joseph? She seems pretty scared. Conway, typing, reassure Lula. I know, but never mind. I don't want to think about it. I guess we should wait for Joseph here. This is where he'll go, right? Search for him. Conway, typing, search. I only understand you as far as wanting to search. We have to be more specific. Down one of the tunnels? Conway, typing, search tunnel. You select a tunnel at random. Your lantern illuminates several sets of footprints on the moldy cave floor, but they are impossible to identify. Sorry, Goose is drinking water right next to the microphone, so if you're getting bad cat mouth sounds, blame it on Goose. With the equipment? Conway, typing, search equipment. The various computer and audio equipment cast angular shadows into the tunnels as you scan slowly across the pile. Nothing. Joseph climbs down from the rope, still tied above. That damn sound! Those damn voices! I don't even know what direction I was running. I wove through the network of tunnels. I ran my hand along the wall, always turning left, but every turn and every rock felt the same. For all I knew, I was running in circles. Finally, I ended up here. And I hid. I panicked. I heard you talking, but I didn't think I could trust my senses. But listen, there's one thing I have to tell you. While I was out there, lost in the tunnels and caves, I came across the Zero, and I had no idea. It's like a real place. They pick up garbage, they deliver mail, they go to work and to church. But it has an awful kind of emptiness. Wandering through, I heard horrible echoes. Weird images got burned in my mind's eye. A television, a scarecrow, a crystal, a feather, a sandwich, a CRT monitor, a bottle, an anchor. Lula looks down at her feet. We should ask him more about that. Conway, typing. Ask Joseph about the Zero. Donald, you've heard the same damn stories I have, but it's different. It doesn't matter now, damn it. I'm leaving. To hell with all of it. Whoa, we should stop him. Conway, typing. Stop Joseph. You shout something at Joseph about the project you are working on together. You'll die in these damn cold caves. And what about those men? You know they'll come back. Tell them we can find somewhere to start a fire. Conway, typing. Suggest finding somewhere safe to start a fire. You shout something at Joseph about going deeper into the caves. Did you hear their voices? They'll find you. But not me. I'm going back to the surface. Stop! Your stupid fight is ringing through the whole damn cave. Joseph is right, we can't stay here. I'm leaving too. But I'm not going back to the surface. I'm taking my station wagon and I'm heading down the Zero. Whoa, don't let her leave us here. Conway, typing. Get Lula's attention. You plead with Lula about your continued collaboration. I'll send you this tape when I'm done recording. I'll put it in the mail, and then you can then you can see what your damn machine does with it. Lula and Joseph have left. Abandoned by your collaborators, your confidants, your companions, the only two among your colleagues with whom you've ever trusted the gift of your friendship. Pretty thick. Sounds like Beardo had his heart broken. You wander the tunnels alone, dragging along the components of your unrealized masterpiece, combing the underground passages for a new site in which to realize your vision. Sounds like a genius. How do you mean? Vain. Vanity, ain't it the truth? My Aunt Remedios, before she got into the whole ethnomusicography thing, she was a painter. Mostly nudes in oil. She had this model, I'll never forget him. Big, classically physical guy. Looked like he was about to storm Troy. He made everyone call him the Colonel. Weaver and I saw this guy naked a lot. You couldn't help it. He was always posing somewhere in the house, chasing the light from room to room while Aunt Remedios made a sketch of his profile or worked on the right mix of pigments for his abdomen. The Colonel had this magnificent hair, long black hair that ran down just to the bottom of his shoulder blades. One evening, he was standing next to an open window in the back of the house. The sun was setting. Early spring, I think. It was kind of windy. Aunt Remedios was trying to get his hair right. She kept arranging it, like half in front, half behind, running over his shoulder, and lying across his chest in this very specific way. But it itched him or something, and he'd do this weird, indignant shuffle thing, or the wind from the open window would push it around, or he'd start to turn his neck when Weaver and I ran by, and everything would be tangled again. The final product was a swirl of black lines billowing around the top of his neck. Weird thing is, I don't even remember his face now. Just that black swirl. Probably the best one she ever painted. After what may have been years, you stumble out of a tunnel into a cavernous open space. Stalactites adorn the ceiling like grotesques. In the center of the room is an enormous rocky spire. This is where you will set up your equipment and establish your legacy. Now is the time to continue your work. Research assistance, 0. Realism index, 37%. Romance index, 2%. Mold coverage, 0%. You may hire a new research assistant, assign assistance to a task, or sleep until tomorrow. Assign assistance to a task. Conway typing, assign. You currently have no available research assistants to assign. Hire a research assistant. Conway typing, hire. Uploading job advertisements to university message boards. You have now hired Amy, who studies human-computer interactions. Hire a new research assistant. Conway typing, hire. Uploading job advertisement to university message boards. Oh, interesting. University is capitalized in the first instance, but not the second. No new applicants. Try again later. Oh, Bug is going to bed. Fair. I think we're probably not going to finish the game tonight, so we'll be back tomorrow, so maybe we'll see you tomorrow, Bug. Good night. Assign assistance to task. Conway, typing, assign. You may assign research assistants to debugging, transcription, or speculation. Speculation. Assigning available research assistant to speculation. phenotyping, sleep. Time passes. Amy posits that nature, not reason, is the master of industry. Now is the time to continue your work. Research assistants 1. Realism index 32%. Romance index 17%. Mold coverage 11%. You may hire a new research assistant, assign assistance to a task, or sleep until tomorrow. Hire a new research assistant. Uploading job advertisements to university message boards. You have hired Andrew, who studies statistics. You may assign research assistants to debugging, transcription, or speculation. Transcription. You have 2 research assistants available today. Assign how many to transcription? 1. Sleep. Time passes. Amy types up some lurid imagery from the dream journal. Andrew discards centuries of exhaustive data on the uniformity of cause and effect. Greasy, black mold is collecting on the computer equipment. Now is the time to continue your work. Research assistants 2. Realism index 7%. Romance index 37%. Mold coverage 21%. You have hired Weaver, who studies mathematics. Time passes. Weaver identifies a bug with the oxygen level simulation, but is unable to fix it. Amy extensively notates tunnel diameter as a function of length. Andrew carefully transcribes the sounds of dripping water and all their variations over a period of several hours. Intruders! The strangers are doing something to the equipment, but you can't make out what. You hide beneath a rock until they leave. With trepidation, you emerge from your hiding place hours later. Now is the time to continue your work. I'm not convinced this is getting us any closer to 0. Research assistants 3. Realism index 32%. Romance index 32%. Mold coverage, 0%. You may hire a research assistant, assign assistance to a task, or sleep until tomorrow. You have hired Marianne, who studies fine art. Time passes. Andrew fixes some weird math with some weirder math. Amy widens tunnels slightly to reduce the need for extra crouch commands. Marianne summarizes the migratory patterns of bats through the tunnels. Weaver transcribed experiences. Weaver follows the strangers into the tunnels. She doesn't return, but neither do they. Now is the time to continue your work. Research Assistance 3, Realism Index 70%, Romance Index 27%, Mold Coverage 11. Time passes. Andrew transcribed experiences. Marianne transcribed experiences. Amy transcribed experiences. Greasy black mold is collecting on the computer equipment. Now's the time to continue your work. Maybe we should try to start over? Okay, we'll start over. I don't know what we're aiming for here. I want to keep playing. Oh. Come on, kid. We've got stuff to do. Conway typing. Quit. Are you sure you want to quit? Yes. That was a rhetorical question. Exit? Conway typing. Exit. But you aren't in anything at the moment. Maybe we have to lose or die somehow in order to start over. Eat the lamp! Conway typing. Eat lamp. Don't be ridiculous. Maybe we have to wait it out. Conway typing. Wait indefinitely. Time passes. Research assistants come and go. You don't encounter the strangers again, but sometimes you can hear the uncanny echoes of their voices off in the tunnels. Years pass. Mold accumulates. You and the remaining research assistants take to burning disused equipment in the center of the room. The black mold is intensely flammable and makes an excellent catalyst. It leaves behind a sweet, narcotic perfume. One night, you have visitors, outsiders, different ones. Then, later that night, an old friend. You really did go deeper into the caves. Premature end of file. Press any key to quit. This is interesting because this is so different from my playthrough of this chapter, different in the past. Lula to Donald. You really did go deeper into the cave. Well, you were easy enough to find. I've met a few of your former assistants. One can't help but hear things. So this is what became of our project. Oh. I've made some additions. Joseph stole the data tapes for the first half, so I've had some blank spots to fill. Yes, I know. He published his version, actually. I'm sorry to report that it's a bit tediously sentimental. We found your doctor. Oh, good. Yes, you're looking not well, to be honest. You smell like a distillery. Have you been drinking? Shannon looks uneasily at Conway. Well, I wouldn't blame you if you had been. It's so dim here. So you found the address data. Just pass it over to Donald here. Donald, will you be a dear and crunch these numbers? We're looking to sort out a street name collision. Dogwood Drive. Wasn't the Bureau going to process it? I insist. I have cycles to spare. I'll just pack up my pipe and get to it. I should only be an hour or so. Andrew will carry it over to... I'll be at the Bureau for the rest of the night. Just market private materials for the attention of Senior Clerk Chamberlain. How do we get to the Bureau from here? The bridge. Yes, the bridge. Through the gate over there. Now we too recede into history. Good night, Donald. Meet me at the Bureau, and we'll get you on your way. Head counterclockwise to the cathode ray, then turn around. Then it's just clockwise until you find the Bureau. Between us, I think you should drive. Nat says what was different. I had a very different and shorter run inside the Xanadu game. No, I can't talk to Donald anymore. Okay. Someone has left a portable tape recorder on the path. It doesn't appear damaged, but there's no tape to play or record. A bookshelf was carried only partway up the path here, before the project was abandoned. It's still useful. The peak of the spire is crowded anyway. A sensible, modern electric lantern has been left here. The batteries have long since died. I got so turned around up here. But here's you and Johnny. You two are like kindred souls, you know that? What happened up there? I'm actually not sure. Very mysterious, ma'am. Okay, we're supposed to go counterclockwise until... Counterclockwise until we hit something and then turn around. We'll know when we see it, probably. The rope. The cathode ray, that was it. The sprocket. The anchor. The bicycle. The feather. The wheelbarrow. The antlers. The scarecrow. And at last, the bureau. Yeah, cathode ray. The Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces. Hey, you see that cat over there? Think she'd eat some bread? Maybe we should leave a crust or two behind and she'll go for it when she's comfortable. Here you are. Marianne has the rest of the evening off, so I'm minding the desk. Any word on the address? The results just came in by courier. Good news. Donald and his assistants were able to sort through the noise. I had Rick cross-reference the results against some of our records. He found a corresponding mail stop on the Echo River route. As it happens, the night ferry is scheduled to make its stop here shortly. The ferryman carries the mail and collects the garbage as well. I'm sure you can catch a ride out that way. You're welcome to wait here. I have to get back to packing. Are you going somewhere? I might. I'm feeling impulsive, and I'd like to be ready. Maybe back to Mexico. It's been years. They still have one of my sculptures in a museum down there, did you know? Big, ugly iron thing. Time to have it scrapped, anyway. Safe travels. Try to stay out of the water. It's colder than it looks, and deep. Yeah, and that's laughing at asking Blue for the time. How long do we have to wait? Oh, who knows? Alright, what happened? Up to you. It's okay. You can tell them. It doesn't matter anymore. Fine. So, we were in that graveyard. God, I forgot how long this act is. Where the strangers come from. I think we're gonna finish up the act tonight and then call it. Well, this can't be right. Looks like an old church. It's muddy. Yeah, that's what he said. Crystals and then mud. Okay. I want to stay outside. Why? I think I saw a lizard. I'll stay with them. Okay. We'll make it quick. The church floor is cold metal, scuffed and flexed by unknown boot heels. A handmade apparatus for the production of moonshine, assembled from scavenged metals and natural materials. I don't know what I expected. The strangers, he kept saying. Kind of vague already, isn't it? Donald's a stranger. Hell, you and I are practically strangers. Listen, earlier, in the mine, I didn't want to talk about it, but... What did you find down there? When I saw Weaver, she was on TV. I was testing a pretty simple tube repair, flipping through channels to check the saturation, and she was just there. It was kind of horrible. I mean, I told you she disappeared, suddenly, ran away, but we thought... What was she doing on TV? That's the part I can't... I'd flipped past that channel a dozen times before in my tests. It was one of those public access things. Some old lady reading poetry. And then, the next time I flipped to channel 2, Weaver. It's burned in my vision now. She's standing in a room. The walls are blank, kind of gray. There's a tape on the walls, like markings, and desks. A classroom, maybe? The camera is in the corner, so it's this sort of 45-degree angle into the room, and there's Weaver, right in the center of the picture. If I stop turning the dial, hell, I stopped turning the dial. Hell, I think I stopped breathing. Eventually, she spoke, but there was no real sound, just this awful hum. I read the closed captions. She said to go to the mine. I'd find something there. I can't remember her exact words. Whenever I try, I get distracted, fuzzy. Shannon coughs into her sleeve. It's so dusty in here, right? Yeah, real dusty. You'd think with all those holes in the ceiling. What the hell was that? Did you hear that? We should check out. Down we go. Emily says, God, the outline of the broken stained glass is such a good detail. The stranger activates the tape player slung on its shoulder. A crackly drawl echoes in the room. It is patient and sounds like it should be smiling. Doolittle. Oh, Doolittle. My regrets. I hope we didn't keep you waiting long. We don't see a lot of foot traffic these days. I guess you're here about the job. I'm afraid we only have one opening at the moment. Horrible business. What's this job? Certainly. I'll tell you everything you need to know. I've only just met you, but I feel certain there's a place for you here. I'll just take you over to meet the dispatcher, show you the trucks, get you familiarized. We can converse as we go. Shannon to Conway. What is this place? Well, it's not an old church. No, I guess not. But still, it all has a kind of reverence to it. And what's that smell? Like bread. Baking bread? Please, follow me. I have to ask you to step in here a moment. This is for your safety, and adjust your outfits just a bit. There's some protective headwear up on the wall back there. Please remove your shoes and eyeglasses. I'm not taking off my shoes. Oh, I understand. It's only a courtesy to... Well, do us a favor and put on the headwear anyway. Just this way. More new arrivals this evening. Plenty to do. Gotta relay the formula. What formula? Eh? Oh, the formula. Changed our lives. Once, years ago, we were as prisoners to the intricacies of our debts here. We'd have to account for everything on paper. compounding interest by hand, reassessing amortization in leveraged asset distributions according to the nightly merit decay. Then she stepped out of the dark caves to show us the light of the formula. She had a brilliant grasp of mathematics and a saint-like way of speaking right through the numbers. Now, we just plug our daily numbers into the formula and run it all through the atom machine. We occasionally suffer some surplus drift, but she instructed us on all the necessary adjustments. It was devastating to see our revered mathematician go, but she was needed elsewhere. Her legacy abides. What job are they working? I don't know that it's been settled just yet. You see, sometimes we take on newcomers already in debt to the distillery. One of the foremen will find something for them to do. Chip away at their sum until it's all settled. That's what I'm doing here. Chipping away. That's what we're all doing. Wow, check this stuff out. It must be decades old, but it's in perfect condition. How do you think they keep it like this? Maintenance, old man. I bet it's someone's job around here. Probably hard to keep all the dust out, underground. That's why I got into this business, to keep old stuff like this running. Seems like such a shame to let it just fall into ruin, Like that computer back in the cave, Xanadu? Decades of engineering, thousands of years of mathematics and philosophy, all petrified into living stone. How could you just let that fall apart? Here's the fleet, haha. Oh, we just use these to get around internally. How big is this place? Oh, it's grown a great deal over the years. Incredible to think, really. When Mr. Bishop founded this operation, it was only about 1,800 square feet, and half of that or more was occupied by camouflage to keep the law out. Hiding out in the back of an old church, purifying spirits by handmade fire, a kettle and a dream. So, the trucks are just east-a-ways and shipping. You can become acquainted with the dispatcher there. Give me a tap on the shoulder if you see something that catches your eye. Always happy to show off the facilities. Sublime machinery. Here it is. Now I have to ask, as a matter of course, what kind of experience do you have driving trucks? I drove deliveries for an antique shop up until this last run. Aha, precious cargo. You'll do just fine. And you can drive safely, can't you? I haven't any doubt now. It's only after what happened with Miguel this evening. What happened with Miguel this evening? Well, the dust is still clearing, of course. Perhaps he closed his eyes a moment, or simply hit a curve too devilish. I do pity ill-fated Miguel. He was good company, and slow to anger. But if we're speaking confidentially, well, with all that lost product to be repaid, bourbon and glass dashed against the interstate, and a few casks, too, we're all just thankful he had no next of kin. So, let's see if we can ring up the dispatcher. Doolittle starts the truck and switches on the CB radio. A deep, monotonous voice drones from the dashboard speaker. 10:20 on that load. Come back. Up in the Hummingbird Cave. 10:12, City Kitty. This a good time, dispatch? We may have found Miguel's replacement. Thought you might like to get acquainted. 10:09, come again. Introduce yourself. Tell dispatch something impressive about yourself. They're very well regarded here. I guess. 99, wheel holder. Gotta pay the water bill. Ah, so I'm certain they'll call back before long. Let's take a look around the truck, yeah? Looks like it's just about ready to go out. We have some good strong folks in shipping here, so you never need to worry about loading if you don't want to. Bit hard on the knees and back at our age, huh? Of course, you'll have to unload at the destination, but that's the job. And some drivers like the extra... Good God. Some drivers like the extra shift stacking and loading here. I shouldn't really do any lifting these days. I see. Well, surely we can spare a dolly and a carrying strap for your health and safety. Conway woke up on baled hay. Everything was too bright. His head hurt, the usual. Lysette and Ira argued loudly just outside the open barn door. She wanted Ira to take him inside and shower, have some coffee, and get to the job. Ira said there wasn't time. Conway was in no condition. It was an important job. They couldn't put it off. Ira said to let the deadbeat sleep it off and then send him packing. He said Charlie could do the job. Conway stepped out of the barn, shielding his eyes. He tried to say something reassuring, but just sort of stumbled around it. Lysette looked away. Ira just spat and went inside to wake Charlie. Ira was a stubborn man, so Charlie went along and Conway drifted out again and didn't hear about the accident until months later. So, what's next? Oh, sure. I know you'll want to kick the tires. That's a thing we do, isn't it? As though our knees could exert the kind of force these tires see out there on the road. We're more likely to hurt ourselves. Isn't that the way? Sure, they're big machines, but they can be fragile. Absolutely. A truck deserves care and fearful respect like a glass elephant. Miguel was a good driver, but he didn't have that quality of deference. Conway sat in a dim room full of folding chairs. The walls and ceilings were painted with old smoke. Someone read from the book. He drank coffee with a little sugar. He listened. The speaker listed all of the things we tried. That we, most people in the room, were probably there by court order. A few others shared. They spoke in abstractions like a program of action, a good orderly direction, spiritual but not religious, religious but not spiritual, all the things we tried. Then it was over. They clasped sweaty hands through a short prayer and stepped back out into the morning. He started walking. He was always walking these days. It was good to slow down. It felt clarifying, like a walking meditation. The road ran by a creek for a while. He took an unforeseen detour where the creek and road parted, following the edge of the river. He skipped a few stones, alone, then stopped to consider an overturned boat. It was a kind of serenity, that wandering and looking without purpose. He was coming to rely on those moments. Now, what else can we show you? Nat says, you folks know anything about a moody old computer? Moldy. Emily says, to be fair, it was kind of moody, too. Control the wipers with this knob here. Do little fiddles with the controls. They seem to have a decent torque to them, huh? Can't say how they'd fared in an ice storm, but we must never delay a shipment. Better to assume the risk. Always clear skies down here. So I hear, but most of our product is delivered by surface roads, which feel rain quite often, particularly in the spring months. So I hear. They ditched class for the day to drive in the rain. It was pointless to stay. I'll review. He was a lost cause, and she didn't need it anyway. She was smart. Bored. It was time to cut out. Shitty day for it, though. 83 in biblical flood. They went to a bar. They pulled into a dive bar with an afternoon open mic. It smelled like rose water. They smoked cigarettes, drank awful hooch, whistled buckets of rain. She sang about someone who she wanted once to have loved. Brown hair curled around her ear. She had a voice like Scotch whiskey. They poured another drink, and another, and another. She worried it was getting dark out. Then it was getting light out. They ended up in someone else's field, in someone else's car, an early morning joyride, and a sunrise collision. She got on the bus, and he hiked back to his car. He sat in his car and went over some options. Chicago? Toronto? Barrow? It seemed like a bold and impulsive gesture at the time. As he pulled out of the parking lot, he removed his hands from the steering wheel for a moment and felt the car drift into a decision. Years later, he'd think of this as the moment he himself started drifting. A modest technology, but suited to the job nonetheless. Headlights work fine, see? Do little fiddles with the controls. That's important. Most of our product goes out at night. You never know who you'll run into in the daylight, and dusk can be treacherously misleading with all that indirect light. The magic hour, eh? Magic hour, sure. The angle of the sun at dusk and dawn means the light is mostly indirect reflections from the sky. Everything looks like a movie. It's all a bit softer. Conway had to get off the highway. Too loud, too murky. He turned off into some gray cornfield in Indiana. He watched traffic and birds. Seeing those migrations close up, they looked random. He thought about that load in the trailer. Thousands of plastic cups. Somebody wanted those cups in Rockford that night. It was pointless. So, moving on. The truck's radio crackles back to life. Driver, come back. Ah, there's dispatch. Now, tell them about your experience. Tell them the truck's in good shape. Tell them you'll start in the morning. I've been driving for a number of years. Decades, dispatch. 10:33, dispatch. Got 2 black eyes and a flock of crocodiles. Come back. 10-4. Back it down and prick your eyelids, driver. Come back. Come back, Lim. 10-4. Come back, wheel holder. 10-4. Got your ears on? Good. Listen to this. Silence. So, I think that went well. Let's head back up to logistics and seal the deal, huh? I've got one more thing to show you. Great parking job there, Doolittle. Absolutely killed it. Let's head back upstairs, huh? I have one more thing to show you. Wait, we only came here looking for some answers about this stupid moldy computer. Oh, the old man in the cave with the moldy computer. That black mold, it's drawn to whiskey. It feeds on ethanol fumes, you see. As we age the whiskey, some of it inevitably evaporates into the air. The angels share. It goes through the vents here and out into the caves. If we can scrape up that mold, we can usually apply some pressure and cold to it, squeeze and condense the angel's share back into drinkable whiskey. Every drop counts when you're making a living on the stuff. So we'd go down and scrape it off as equipment, just like any other place it grows. He kept sending his people here to drive us away. Paranoid. Truly paranoid. Well, now we have the formula, so we don't need to go collecting mold. But we didn't do anything to his moldy computer. He just forgot the password. One of his assistants shared it with me. Dominaire. That'll get you going, I'm sure of it. So, join me upstairs? I think all the way upstairs. Oops. Conway sprinting in the background to keep up. If you don't mind. Here it is. A beauty, wouldn't you say? It's an antique, you know. What is it? Why, it's an adding machine. This is where we come for our daily ritual to calculate the day's interest and repayment according to the formula. I usually do so at the beginning of my shift so I know how many hours I need in order to keep up. Yes, I believe you'll do well here, sir. Happy to have you. Congratulations. You're hired. Wait, we can't. It's customary here to start each day with a shift drink. Let's make it special. Mark the occasion. This is the top shelf stuff now. Single barrel. He doesn't... Down the hatch. Vinum memoriam mors. Decent enough. Welcome aboard. He's not working for you. We have to get back to this... He has a delivery to make. What's this? Not working. Are you turning down this opportunity? She's right. I have to make this. I'm disappointed. And I'm afraid that leaves us with a delicate problem. As I indicated, this is the top shelf stuff you're drinking now. It isn't cheap. If it's not your first shift drink, well, and there's the matter of this tour just now, my time and experience are billed at quite a premium. This is not good for you, my friend. You're in quite deep by my back-of-the-envelope estimations. Well, we have that in common, I suppose. All of us. Yes, I'm afraid you'll just have to work this off somehow. It's just the way it is. What's happening right now? You can start tomorrow. Take the time to settle your affairs. Of course, the interest begins to compound immediately, and well, we'll go over the formula when you get here. I should get back to work. See you tomorrow, then. So, I guess I start in the morning. I guess. I'm confused. It's just the way these things go, kid. Well, that still gives us a few hours to roam, right? Where's that ferry? End of Act 3. Wow. Another friend. Nat says there's a mammoth on that ferry. I think there's a mammoth on most ferries, Nat. I think we're probably going to call it there tonight. And I guess we'll keep going tomorrow. Emma says, "Yeah, that's just how ferries are." What did y'all think of Act 3? We just got through the interlude in Act 3 this time. Emily says, "Who's that big man?" Whew, man. Good fucking game. we'll call it here. Plan is we'll come back tomorrow and keep chipping away. I'm not sure that we'll be able to finish it this weekend, but we'll see. I hope everyone is enjoying the ride and enjoys the remainder of their Saturday night. Emily says, last night I was like, I don't need to get this game now that I'm watching Caitlin play. Tonight I'm like, maybe I need this game after all. Yeah. Well, and what's cool about it is it's very dense. There's all of those dialogue options go different ways, and if you're being more patient than I am, there's more kind of exploring and clicking around and cool nooks and crannies to find. So I would encourage you to get it and explore it in your own time. Thank you so much for hanging out for another 4 hours tonight. And we'll be back tomorrow. Night, y'all.